Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation. How are we doing, all you beautiful people out there? It is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. Yes, and you are getting me at home. That is beautiful, folks. I am so glad to be here with you this glorious evening. We are going to have us a little poetry jam this evening, folks. So let us know in the comments what's your favorite poetry, and we're going to be going through some tonight. I'm going to be interrupting with some new poetry I'm going to be reading. Might even get into a review or two. We'll just see how the night goes. But folks, let's rock and roll with this poetry jam.
This is dedicated to the Lauber family. Gone from My Sight by Henry Van Dyke. I am standing upon the seashore, a ship at my side, spreads her white sails in the moving breeze and starts for the ocean blue. She is an object of beauty and strength. I stand and watch her until, at length, she hangs like a speck of white cloud just where the sea and sky come to mingle with each other. Then someone at my side says, "There, she is gone." Gone where? Gone from my sight, that is all. She is just as large in mass, hull and spar, as she was when she left my side. And she is just as able to bear her load of living freight to her destined port. Her diminished size is in me, not in her. And just at the moment when someone says, "There she is gone," there are other eyes watching her coming and other voices ready to take up the glad shouts. Here she comes. Thank you. The Death Poem of Tokugawa Ieyasu. Whether one passes on or remains is all the same. That you can take no one with you is the only difference. Ah, how pleasant. 2 awakenings, 1 sleep. This dream of a fleeing world, the roseate hues of early dawn. Tokugawa Ieyasu, 1542, 1616. Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others. Even to the dull and the ignorant, they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery, but let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection. Neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be. And whatever your labors and aspirations, In the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it's still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy. The Desiderata by Max Emram. Thank you.
Seven seals, 7 rings, 7 brides for the Scarlet King. They gather round the natal bed, the foolish and the wise. They fear the child yet to be born, whose voice shall rend the skies. The faithful watch the forest for the coming of the king. Their lanterns bright, they wait at night for the new world he shall bring. The dragon waits in shadows, his breath will scorch the land. The hero in the castle draws his sword and makes his stand. The princess in the tower is hidden far away, but nothing under heaven can keep the groom at bay. They gather round with leering smiles, the soulless and the dead. Though her soul unwinds, the cruelest minds will keep her in her bed. The potter told his prentice to prepare him 7 jars. 6 he made with grace and skill. The last his hands did mar. The cretin moon no more is howling, gone its morning black. In their dreams its face is prowling, come to take them back. The king is in his courting clothes, the brides are in their beds. The unborn princes wait in sleep to raise their eager heads. The hens were in the hen house, and 7 eggs did lay, till the fox crept in by dark of night, and stole the eggs away. 6 were broken by their bindings, 6 no more shall sing. Come the 7th full unwinding, and all the bells will ring. When the first had given birth, then all the birds did sing. Her screaming cries did shake the skies as she called out for her king. By doctor's blade a second bade a life into the world. Untimely hewn, neither silent moon the king's red flag unfurled. His bride, the 3rd, remained unheard, her cries for help ignored. She stopped her life with a surgeon's knife and gave it to our Lord. The 4th prepares a dagger and places it at her heart. The perfect cure cannot make pure what the king has set apart. The 5th one's crown was bearing down upon the fox's set. The den was sundered with a mighty thunder, and apocalypse begets. On the 6th day, the walls gave way, and the oceans turned to ash. Her birth gave work as the earth shook underneath the king's fell lash. The 7th bride will break the tides, the moon no more will shine. There comes a day not far away, she'll birth the death of time.
How we doing, all y'all? It's another poem of the week. This time we're doing William Carlos Williams, The Red Wheelbarrow. So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow, glazed with rainwater beside the white chickens. Well, this is one I was first introduced to from my high school English teacher. Thanks, Mrs. Apley. She's remarried since, but thank you nonetheless. Now, Mrs. Miller, thank you. Oh, the chickens are getting really loud. Well, they're not exactly white chickens, but I thought this was pretty good. So let us know, folks. Come on, let me know if there's any kind of poetry you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, whatever you like. I just love good poetry. But yes, this one I was first introduced to in high school, and I thought now's the perfect time. But yeah, if there's some poem that stood out to you from your life, let me know. And that has been this poem of the week, William Carlos Williams, The Red Wheelbarrow. In fact, it's so short and sweet, I can do it one more time. So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow glazed with rainwater beside the white chickens. I don't know why that one stood out for me for so many years, but I just enjoy it. But folks, thanks for joining me, and catch you later.
Seven seals, 7 rings, 7 brides for the Scarlet King. They gather round the natal bed, the foolish and the wise. They fear the child yet to be born, whose voice shall rend the skies. The faithful watch the forest for the coming of the king. Their lanterns bright, they wait at night for the new world he shall bring. The dragon waits in shadows, his breath will scorch the land. The hero in the castle draws his sword and makes his stand. The princess in the tower is hidden far away, but nothing under heaven can keep the groom at bay. They gather round with leering smiles, the soulless and the dead. Though her soul unwinds, the cruelest minds will keep her in her bed. The potter told his prentice to prepare him 7 jars. 6 he made with grace and skill. The last his hands did mar. The cretin moon no more is howling, gone its morning black. In their dreams its face is prowling, come to take them back. The king is in his courting clothes, the brides are in their beds. The unborn princes wait in sleep to raise their eager heads. The hens were in the hen house, and 7 eggs did lay, till the fox crept in by dark of night, and stole the eggs away. 6 were broken by their bindings, 6 no more shall sing. Come the 7th full unwinding, and all the bells will ring. When the first had given birth, then all the birds did sing. Her screaming cries did shake the skies as she called out for her king. By doctor's blade a second bade a life into the world. Untimely hewn neither silent moon the king's red flag unfurled. His bride the 3rd remained unheard, her cries for help ignored. She stopped her life with a surgeon's knife and gave it to our Lord. The 4th prepares a dagger and places it at her heart. The perfect cure cannot make pure what the king has set apart. The 5th one's crown was bearing down upon the fox's set. The den was sundered with a mighty thunder, and apocalypse begets. On the 6th day, the walls gave way, and the oceans turned to ash. Her birth gave work as the earth shook underneath the king's fell lash. The 7th bride will break the tides, the moon no more will shine. There comes a day not far away, she'll birth the death of time. The doctor never tells his God which one he really seeks. Instead, he hides himself away, and quietly he weeps. Their God's own voice, he makes the choice, declaring with his word, in fear and pain, let her remain, lest she be like the third. The doctor's gun ended his run as he put it to his ear. As she was defiled, the pitied child, he gave it to his fear. Her memory a fickle thing, the strongest shall endure. When her weeping starts to waver, their drugs make her mind pure.
How we doing, folks? Another poem of the week. Another one from Uncle Handsome, The Road Less Graveled, redneck poetry. Just great stuff. And this one is titled The Road Less Graveled Poem. So here we go. Two old roads split off in the woods, and I took the road less graveled. And my truck got stuck out there in the muck, and my wife kind of came unraveled. But then she got to looking at some of the wildflowers growing by the side of the road, and she mellered out and apologized to me for acting like such a toad. And I managed to get the truck going again, and we drove through the hills and the hollers. I wouldn't take the memories we had for a bushel full of greenback dollars. We got lost twice on that ruddy old road, but we didn't really much care. We even stopped for a while to take a little nap and got awakened by a big black bear. That bear started sticking his nose through the window, thinking we might have some food. Eunice came sliding way across the seat. It put her in a real foul mood. So we headed home just as fast as we could. But all of the roads that we've traveled, there hasn't been one where we made more memories than we did on the road less graveled. So, folks, that was the poem of the week. Uncle Handsome's redneck poetry. The road less graveled. If you got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know in the comments. Just get a hold of us, get a hold of me in any way you can, and I'd be more than happy to read your poems. But yes, folks, this was The Road Less Graveled. How we doing there, folks? It's another poem of the week. This one is by Rudyard Kipling. This is called The Beginnings. It was not part of their blood. It came to them very late, with long arrears to make good when the English began to hate. They were not easily moved. They were icy, willing to wait, till every count should be proved ere the English began to hate. Their voices were even and low. Their eyes were level and straight. There was neither sign nor show when the English began to hate. It was not preached by the crowd. It was not taught by the states. No man spoke it aloud when the English began to hate. It was not suddenly bred. It will not swiftly abate. Through the chill years ahead, when time shall count from the date that the English began to hate. So there you go, folks. That is the poem of the week by one Mr. Kipling, The Beginnings. So, folks, if there's some poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments, and I'd be more than happy to. I love the beautiful imagery of great poetry. So, folks, thank you for being here, and I will catch you later. And that was this poem of the week. Welcome, one and all, to another poetry reading here at the K.O.E Nation. This one is a very special one. This is a short poem written by my father. So I thought, what more appropriate on Poetry Wednesday than that? And considering everything that's going on in the family, it seems too apropos. This one is called Insurmountable Odds. We will get through it. We'd better get to it. Now let's do it. Done it. BAL. Thanks, Dad. Howdy, y'all. This is another listener-requested poem, Kubla Khan by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea, so twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers girded round, and there were gardens bright with sinuous ryle, where blossom many an incense-bearing tree, and here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of greenery. But oh, that romantic chasm which slanted down the green hill athwart of cedarn cover, a savage place, as holy and enchanted as ere beneath a waning moon was haunted by women wailing for her demon lover, and from this chasm with ceaseless turmoil seething, as if this earth in flat thick pants were breathing, a mighty fountain momentarily was forced, amid whose swift half-intermittent burst huge fragments vaulted like rebounding hail, or chaffy grain beneath the thresher's flail. And mid these dancing rocks at once and ever, I flung up momentarily the sacred river, 5 miles meandering with a mazy motion, through wood and dale and sacred river ran, that reached the caverns measureless to man, and sank in the tumult of a lifeless ocean. And mid this tumult Kubla heard from afar ancestral voices prophesizing war. The shadow of the dome of pleasure floated midway on the waves, where he heard the mingled measure from the fountain and the caves. It was a miracle of rare device, a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. A damsel with a dulcimer in a vision I once saw. It was an Abyssinian maid, and on her dulcimer she played, singing of Mount Abor. I could revive within me her symphony of song. To such deep delight 'twould win me, that with music loud and long I would build that dome in air, that sunny dome, those caves of ice, and all who heard should see them there, and all should cry, beware, beware! His flashing eyes, his floating hair, weave a circle round him thrice, and close your eyes with holy dread, for he on honey dew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. Excellent, excellent stuff, folks. That was our poem of the week, Kubla Khan. Till next time. Welcome back, everybody, to our Poem of the Week series. This is one that was actually requested by a listener. Some questions you might ask by Mary Oliver. So I figured, I got a minute, why not? Is the soul solid like iron, or is it tender and breakable like the wings of a moth in the beak of an owl? Who has it and who doesn't? I keep looking around me. The face of the moose is as sad as the face of Jesus. The swan opens her white wings slowly in the fall. The black bear carries leaves into the darkness. One question leads to another. Does it have a shape like an iceberg? Like the eye of a hummingbird? Does it have one lung like the snake and the scallop? Why should I have it and not the anteater who loves her children? Why should I have it and not the camel? Come to think of it, what about the maple trees? What about the blue iris? What about the little stones sitting alone in the moonlight? What about the roses and the lemons and their shining leaves? What about the grass? Excellent poetry. Excellent poetry. If you've got a poem that you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, really, any of it, just let me know in the comments or just reach out in any way, folks. But this was some questions you might ask by Mary Oliver. Catch you around. How we doing, all y'all? This is another listener requested poem, Annabel Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. It was many and many a year ago, in the kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged sefs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me to shut her up in a sepulchre in the kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea. The wind came out of the clouds by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many fair wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so all the night tide I laid down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in the sepulchre of there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. Edgar Allan Poe. Excellent, excellent stuff, folks. Another beautiful, beautiful poem of the week. Let me know if there's one you'd like to hear. I'd love to read it, folks. How we doing, all y'all? I figured it's time for another poem of the week, and it's from Uncle Handsome's The Road Less Graveled, on being a poet. I really like this one, so enjoy. Being a poet's like training a mule. It's something that just takes time. I've written poems since I was a boy, still too young to moonshine. Some folks think I'm different, but that's all right with me. A man's got to do what a man's got to do. He's got to be what he's got to be. So I let folks just talk just as much as they want about me spending weeks with my rhymes. Heaven knows there's a lot worse things a feller could do with his time. 'Cause a well-writ poem's like a well-trained mule. It's simply a joy to behold. It ain't worth as much, but you don't have to feed it or worry about it getting too old. And you don't have to worry about it breaking a leg or falling off in your well or jumping your fence or catching the colic or getting too pretty to sell. Uncle Handsome, The Road Less Graveled, redneck poetry. I love this stuff. Folks, be sure to let me know if there's some poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, whatever. I just love beautiful poetry. And if you got one that you'd love me to read or you'd want me to read, I will find a beautiful place to do it. But folks, this has been our poem of the week on being a poet. Your thoughts, poets? How are we doing today, folks? Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comments section and I would be more than happy to. There's a few things that
brings such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you, and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind, I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments, and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day.
Robert L. Doxator, above Box Butte Reservoir. On the bank of the river that will barely wet your socks because the wade across is not as wide as the word I squat, dusty in denim, eyeing the minnows flirting, cool in the still pockets the channel slits. The prairie river, the Niobrara acres, bank to bank, forgets its fishes and cuts slowly, summer slim, slack till spring. The agate fossil bed trail. In the spring, the yucca goes wild, shooting seed stalks that dip pods, like wickless overdressed candles whose dripping runs and pool as noon passes near. So when the midday wind rustles, their spikes coarse edge shedding threads, filament and flare, and float as form a fiddler's well-rizened bow. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm. How we doing, everybody? Happy Thanksgiving. I thought this would be a perfect occasion to read Ralph Waldo Emerson's Father, We Thank Thee. This is his own Thanksgiving poem, if you will, a Thanksgiving prayer, even. So without further ado, Father, We Thank Thee by Ralph Waldo Emerson. For flowers that bloom about our feet, Father, we thank Thee. For tender grass, so fresh, so sweet, Father, we thank Thee. For the song of the bird and hum of bee, for all things fair we hear or see, Father in heaven, we thank Thee. For blue of stream and blue of sky, Father, we thank Thee. For pleasant shade of branches high, Father, we thank Thee. For fragrant air and cooling breeze, for beauty of the blooming trees, Father in heaven, we thank Thee. For this new morning with its light, Father, we thank Thee. For rest and shelter of the night, Father, we thank Thee. For health and food, for love and friends, for everything Thy goodness sends, Father in heaven, we thank Thee. So there you go, folks. I thought that would be appropriate for Thanksgiving. So for all of your friends, family, everybody that you love, and for all you and yours, I hope you have a very marvelous, wonderful, safe Thanksgiving. I hope to find all of you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Until next time, I'll catch you later. And of course, happy Thanksgiving, folks.
smooths
ever
itself out.
get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? This is another poem of the week. This is a Nebraska poet by the name of Stan Smith. It's called The Family Farm. Every day I drive past a field made square by wire and deed, made flat by snows that level, lines of last spring's plow. There, in that white space, a garden's length beyond the barbed strands, a blackened pump endured, midst lost foundation. Nothing else, only that pump, a staggered relic bent northward by some forgotten blow, standing in the way of buried pharaohs running down a lonesome land. Yep, so that was Nebraska poet Stan Smith, folks. If there's some poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just please let me know in the comments. I'll be more than happy to do it. This is from an old poetry book, Poetry of Nebraska, Nebraska English Journal, from the fall, winter of 89 to 90. I found this in my grandmother's book collection after she passed, and I figured I would share some of them with you. So yeah, if you have some poem you'd like me to read your poem, please let me know in the comments. Till then, catch you later, folks. How we doing there, folks? This is a very special poem of the week, a very special one for me. This is actually my favorite poem that I've ever read, and I came across it in kind of special circumstances. When I was a little boy, I would mow my grandmother's yard, and one day after a very long mowing of the yard, I went in to get a glass of water, and on her desk, on the kitchen table, was this book, Uncle Handsome's Redneck Poetry, The Road Less Graveled. And it was just a fascinating little poem book, and I really enjoyed it. Most of it was really funny, but there was one that I just found really, really good. And because I'm a farmer, there's an extra element to it. Because this poem is called On Being Inspired by the Tree on the Roof. There he is. And just really great illustrations. And the reason I'm bringing this up is in farming, you sometimes come across this. That stubborn little plant that refuses to give up. And that's why whenever I see those, I immediately think of this poem. So here goes. I was watering the tulips in the toilet out front and was thinking about life and truth when I saw a little tree growing in the gutter that's there on the edge of the roof. It was kind of tall with pretty green leaves and was swaying round in the wind. And it spoke to my heart about blooming where you're planted and surviving and trying to fit in. About branching out and holding on even when your life's in the gutter. About extending your roots and holding your turf when the storm winds are shaking the shutters. About making the most of whatever you're given and trying to reach for the stars. All of these things came to my mind as I was out there watering the flowers. I'm sure some folks wouldn't want a little tree growing up on their roof like that, but it gave me such deep inspiration. I'm leaving that tree where it's at. Grow well, little plant. Yeah. My grandmother's poetry book that one way or another just kind of made its way to me, but I've always loved Uncle Hansom's redneck poetry was just really great, and The Road Less Graveled. Yeah, that is my favorite poem. So all I can say is thanks, Grandma. Love you. So, folks, let me know if there is any poem that you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know. Be a great time. But thanks for indulging me in reading my favorite poem in a way that might make sense to you. Catch you on the flip side. How are we doing today, folks? Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comment section and I would be more than happy to. There's few things that bring such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind, I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day. Ford M. Craig. Contrasts. At what must have been the very moment Mrs. Sprague with her children pulled on top of Burlington tracks and dropped her Buick into park so that westbound freighter number 1575 could not possibly miss. I was standing out back telling my girls not to get too near that finch and her babies nestling low in my spruce tree, for life is precarious, fragile, dear. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm. How are we doing today, folks? Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an
old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comments section and I would be more than happy to. There's few things that bring such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind, I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day.
Tree fuss. Tree fuss in the distance with smoldering light. Their branches blend like broad black strokes in careful calligraphy. And now the sky is one huge word sparer than a haiku, one small space for the moon. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm.
How are we doing today, folks? Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comments section and I would be more than happy to. There's few things that bring such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind, I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day.
Shirley Butner, Bird Bones. After a July windstorm, the right tine of the forked cottonwood broke down completely. I called it Widowmaker and hauled it away, wrenched open a weakness the storm had preyed upon, a cavity like a hand hen bowl, now slung heavily with the one tine's whispering leaves. All summer, on evening walks, the Labrador would rush the broken trunk, circling and pawing, whining because she could not reach that rotten space. In October, the leaves brittle brown, I peered into the bowl. A pattern made of bird bones clung there, crocheted into the mossy floor, a stony white star like that starched snowflake I hang each year from the Christmas tree. But this was an unholy arrangement. A tattered intricacy gnawed by something crouched inside the vacant heart, something hidden, uncivil, and hungry. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm.
How are we doing today, folks? Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comments section and I would be more than happy to. There's few things that
bring such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you, and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind. I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments, and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day. Shaded and softened. You having fun there, dog? Susan Strayer Deal in lovely remoteness. Susan Strayer Deal in lovely remoteness. In lovely remoteness, shaded and softened by distance, one flock of resting birds pepper a tree. The sun, dark gold behind, lacquers each feather and limb. I wait for the impulse, the sparkle of flight that will shoot them upwards, a flickering shower. I wait for the crackle of motion and wings. They're happening. I feel it rising down in a lovely remoteness of me. I wound spring deep in the heart like a poem. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm. How we doing, everybody? It's another poem of the week, and this is another listener written poem. So, a very big thank you to Ralph Clark, who wrote The Poetic Parable of the Red Amazonian Ant. Here goes, folks. I wonder if many know of this crafty red species that makes other black ones clean up its feces, bring them food and tend to their babies. They don't even let them have the ladies. The reds don't work much except to give the orders. The blacks toil trapped in the red kingdom's borders, never knowing they were deceived. I wonder if they would be relieved to find out the truth of their plight, how they were in the egg there was a fight. The red took their army of mostly black drones to raid another kingdom's thrones. The peaceful blacks didn't fight back, but the red venom do they lack. The black kingdom fell and their eggs were taken, only to become slaves the reds kept making. Maybe God wants us all to learn how to make kingdoms fall. But I think we've taught each other this quite well, for it makes our egos swell. To know our kingdom is the best, because it gives no other kingdoms rest. Keep up their defense they must, no other kingdom can they trust. I wonder if God's gavel fell, would I, those red ants, go to hell? Excellent, excellent stuff. This was the poem of the week by Ralph Clark, The Poetic Parable of the Red Amazonian Ant. Excellent, excellent stuff there, Mr. Clark. Thank you. Thank you very much for requesting this poem. And anybody out there, if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know in the comments, or just message me in any way you would like, and I would be more than happy to. There's few things I love in this life quite like the beautiful imagery of good poetry. And once again, this is our poem of the week, folks. Thank you. God bless.
Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comments section and I would be more than happy to. There's few things that bring such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind, I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day.
Last child. My father sits while I stand, taps my knee with his cane and says, "Money is nothing but a meter of exchange." Lizzie D gives me a good talking to about bugs. I rise in the face of this discovery, moored only by a hand sure to grow to be her mother's. Walking home, I ask Zeker why the quarter moon shines. It's because he says it's getting ready to be more. I had in mind to say it's how the sun slants across the night to find the moon. Still, I don't know these things not to be true as breath. Still, I ask myself why the cottonwood leaves only one day shiny dimes, and the next dollar bills worn smooth with many touches. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm. How we doing, all y'all? It's another poem of the week. This one is a fairly famous one by Mr. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Brahma. If the red slayer thinks he slays, or if the slain thinks he is slain, they know not well the subtle ways I keep and pass and turn again. Far or forgot to me is near. Shadow and sunlight are the same. The vanished gods to me appear, and one to me are shame and fame. They'll reckon ill who leave me out. When me they fly, I am the wings. I am the doubter and the doubt. I am the hymn the Brahmin sings. The strong gods pine for my abode, and pine in vain the sacred seven. But thou, meek lover of the good, find me and turn thy back on heaven. Thought-provoking stuff, folks. Brahma by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Maybe you've heard of him. A fairly famous poet, I'd say. But yeah, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in any comment. Reach out to me in any way you'd like. I'd be more than happy to. Few things I love in this life quite like the beautiful imagery of poetry. So thank you for joining me. And if there's any poem you'd like me to read out there, please just let me know. Catch you later. God bless. How we doing there, all y'all? This is another poem of the week, and this is a first here. This is a listener written poem. This is written by the one and only Urasama. This is called A Fire in the Cold. So, folks, here we go. Alone, a warrior walked in the Arctic cold, without a sword, without an enemy, nor comrade. Cold seeping into his bones, he thought to himself, will I die here in this dreadful cold? Such a meaningless death. No sword, no glory, no honor. How can I possibly hope to survive? Panic crept into his thoughts. His breath grew heavy. How can he accept something like that? He was a warrior. I won't. Never, he shouted, his voice breaking through the harsh winds. I'm not so weak. I'm not so weak, he defied. The white of the snow seemed to grow to encompass all the sky, the trees, his very hands held in front of him. His panic grew, his body numb. He forced himself on, unsure where his feet now fell. I'll find my way to the battlefield and fight for my life how a man should, he screamed. I'm no coward. Tears streamed his face. He bore on, senseless, without any fear but his own will. Forever he walked on, shouting his bravery, though his body had collapsed long ago. The warrior would fight forever. I'll escape this snow. I'll fight for everything I'll come to have. Everything. And I'll win. So, folks, that was a listener written poem by the one, the only Urasama. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you. Yes, if there's any poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem or just any poem, please let me know in the comments or however you'd like to get a hold of me. But yeah, Ura, thank you very much. This one's for you, Ura. But yeah, folks, thank you. And this was the poem of the week. God bless. How we doing today, folks? Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comments section and I would be more than happy to. There's few things that bring such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind, I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day. Shirley Buettner, beneath the dam, as the Big Dipper tilts its lip over tents, blind boats switch on lanterns. The bay awakes, nashed with stars. Another one called Hot Pink. Short of breath, her heart pumped like an old church organ, she wheezes. I just can't stand up to anything anymore. So I tuck her arm inside mine and we walk slowly to the atrium to her bygone and black eyed Susan, choking too under a dry sun. And then I tie her pink neck bow once more so she can go to the parlor for a hot pink manicure. Goodbye, she says. Have fun. In the casket, her hands warm with amethyst and old ruby and hot pink polish, should hold 4 aces of the latest Kennedy book. Each other limb is cold. Wow. That went dark quick. I was not expecting that one. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm.
How are we doing today, folks? Today we're doing something a little different. Today I'm doing a poetry reading from an old poetry book I found. But if there's any poem you would like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know in the comments section and I would be more than happy to. There's few things that bring such amazing imagery than good poetry. So if that's something that you would like read, if you'd like me to read it for you and I'll have it in some rustic background of some kind, I'm a farmer. I can provide that, no problem. Let me know in the comments and I'll be more than happy to read a poem that you like or your poem. Doesn't really matter. But without further ado, here's the poem of the day.
The Dead. I guess it's the song the wind sings, coming off the pole that remembers them to me. Or quick decline of weather is abrupt, as theirs is measured by another clock. That today, a later month than yesterday, marks time only for a lunatic. Degrees are nonsense in dramatic change. What was a palm of clear water is rock salt in the face. I think something in the black heaven tugs at my blood, teases me out of bed, but I am neither moon nor any tide. Why think even of star stuff nor any sea when the bones, these welded, pinned, frozen, or crushed bones, gnaw at sleep? I feed the fire, pad, wool sock through the house and think of them. Their soddies were their graves in cedar studded high ground, not so different from the burial platform of the crow, though nearer hell. Children, as children ought, can know nothing of this without forfeiting childhood itself. We all try hard to hold on to these little plots, innocent, a geometry of range. We crave out for ourselves something else, chip out our final allotment, likely in frozen ground. And then, Father, along towards the burning stars, yet another will chisel in air, a fitting effigy, else the name we deserve. We will be ancients then, the crazies, the suicides, and the gods, those worn out and away, eroded by wind and weather, and only true time. Very nice. Come here, Doug. And of course, we all know little Churl. Hey there, little guy. Alrighty. Hey there, little guy. You wanna go play? Wanna go play? Okay, go play. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, just a lovely little time on the farm. How we doing, all y'all?
Allow me to interrupt this program for a moment, folks, because I think it's time that I read a poem for all you beautiful people. Yes, yes. Nice. The Christmas present Tony and Chicken got me. Made it into the shot. Nice, nice. But, folks, without further ado, it's time to read this poem of the week. The very, very modestly titled The Best Poem Ever Written by Mario Vitale. Today I stand, a whole host in hand, through each ivory coast, listen to the entirety from my heart, lost in the face of death. Where are you hiding from? Open a stick of dynamite. We seek for your help and support. The best poem ever written. There was no limit to evoke. Shadows block the punishment. Limit your ability to play and begin again. Of such were something like this in my experience, though through each escape you bleed, the blood of goats during what we achieved. On a beautiful day in December, of all weary days we take to its limit, coast to the sea in our hearts and minds, bask in the valley of existence. That, folks, was the best poem ever written by Mario Vitale. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know and I will find some place in God's creation, unless it's below zero, and then I will do it in the Castle of Extreme here in Castle K.O.E. But until I see you for the next poem of the week, God bless every last one of you. Travel well. And that, folks, is how it is done. And now we move onward and upward with this poetry jam. If you got a poem you'd like me to read, drop it in the comments, folks, and I can do that no problem.
It's another poem of the week. This time, a very special listener-written poem. These are the ones that I love, folks. So this one is by Mario Vitale, The Stone-Led Pilgrim. In the summer of ourselves, upon the rocks lay burdened stance, lick the wounds of timber frost, with words parting expanse worth across the tender miles of burdened hedges left to release the offset morning jest. Lay tender folding the axe with the tender loom, faces, spaces, and perform. A light upon the fixture, a case of tender roads, the finger of doubt, the rock, the stream, and repellent upon the mere fixture, above the valiant sword. Yes, folks, that was Mario William Vitale, The Stone-Led Pilgrim. And that is this poem of the week. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mario Vitale. Thank you so much. God bless. I hope this poem finds you and everybody within the sound of my voice happy, healthy, much the wiser. May you travel well, sir. And to all of you, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it down in the comments. I'll find a beautiful place to do it, and I'd be more than happy to. So, folks, thank you. God bless. Travel well.
Smooth itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? It's another poem of the week. This time I'm reading once again from Poetry of Nebraska from the Nebraska English Journal from my grandmother's book collection. This one's by Nancy G. Westerfield, The Prairie Towns. Seen with the traveler's eye that strays, from the riveted to the prairie roads they rise, like dust from the lowly horizon of early evening, their own eyes blinking orange for gas, green for eateries, amber for houses. A lace of little lights weaving through the trees. Above them, their standard bearers, the bright bulb of water tower like a balloon on a steel string. The courthouse dome and its flag, the scalloped wall of grain elevators, plastered pink by the falling sun. Day going dissolves the rusty fields. The horizon has humbled itself until its dust is invisible. The crossed eyes of headlights rivet the road, and only a single cyclopean glow over the prairie's brow omens another town. There you go, folks. Another Nebraska poet. This has been your poem of the week. There's a poem you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, if there's just something that you'd like me to read, let me know. I'd be more than happy to, folks. Please, if there's one, put it in the comments. If not, thanks for being here. This has been our poem of the week. God bless. Travel well. Catch you around, folks.
Two here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
I'm gonna take just a moment of your time here, all you beautiful people, because here's another one. This was sent to me by somebody special, and this is an anonymous poem that's untitled, but still, it's beautiful. From the moment our eyes met, I felt a pull I can't forget. You've become my moon and sun, my battles fought and won. In this world of fleeting moments and changing tides, know that my love for you forever abides. Through the highs and the lows, together we'll sail. With a love so strong, it'll never turn frail. If ever you doubt, if ever you fear, just look into my eyes and know I'm always near. You're the rhythm of my heart's song. With you is where I truly belong. For in this vast universe, so immense and wide, it's by your side where I choose to reside. Forever and always, come what may, I'm yours in every single way. All right, folks, we're going to continue onward and upward.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for the poem of the week, and as you can plainly see, autumn is upon us. The fall leaves are falling, and I figured what would be more appropriate than Emily Bronte, Fall Leaves Fall, as our poem of the week. So here it goes, folks. Fall leaves fall, die flowers away, lengthen night and shorten day. Every leaf speaks bliss to me, fluttering from the autumn tree. I shall smile when wreaths of snow blossom where the rose should grow. I shall sing when night's decay ushers in a drearier day. Fall Leaves Fall by Emily Bronte. Folks, the autumn is upon us. I hope all of you have a happy, healthy, and much the wiser season, and all of us get to say the same when the snow starts to fly. But until then, folks, this has been our poem of the week, and I'll catch you later.
Cue here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
Howdy, y'all. It's time for another poem of the week. We're going from, once again, great source, Poetry of Nebraska, Nebraska English Journal from 1989 to 1990. This was from my grandmother Norma's book collection. And we're going to be reading a poem by Peter Vandenberg, The White Horse Museum, Stewart, Nebraska. For only $1, you get a full-blown tour of the White Horse Museum in Stewart. It's open every day this summer for the first time in 3 years. They got a grant from the county. They're going to paint, maybe lay carpet. But right now, the stuffed albino mare in the entryway is gray with dust, and they won't let you pet her anymore. Frail show bills from the traveling White Horse Ranch shed their brittle corners to the bare floor. Pages of Life magazine in black frames on the dirty walls. The story there is old, and the ranch is gone. Well, not exactly gone, but they raised the bunkhouse and put in pivots, and well, there isn't much to see out there. In the master bedroom, our young volunteer guide, who can't remember the name of the stuffed horse, tells us that from what he understands, this is basically just more various stuff donated by different people. His name's Mike, he tells us. He's full-blooded Cherokee, works part-time at the nursing home. He likes history. His hair is black and long, and he twists it around his index finger as he stands at the bottom of the stairs, letting it climb ahead, up there near the end of the hall, because this is a museum. I guess there's a room full of memorabilia from 3 or 4 wars. One glass case is filled with articles taken from the body of a dead German, the hand-lettered name of some local veteran and museum patron, community spirited enough to share the spoils stripped from the enemy dead, curls on the wrapped note card. Across the hall, the sun dances into the master bedroom off the leaves of a maple tree tall enough to shade this big wooden house. And on the peeling walls, amid period furniture covered with cobweb doils, a local cowgirl continues to make good. Mike says the 3rd floor is closed off, he says. Maybe with the grant. Maybe if the interstate hadn't cut so far south. Well, folks, there you go. That's this week's Poem of the Week by Peter Vandenberg. Another Nebraska poet, folks. Thank you much, and I hope to see you back here next week for another Poem of the Week. God bless. Travel well, folks.
Cue here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. It's a windy day in here in Nebraska, but it's a lovely one. So we're going to get a short one from Poetry of Nebraska, from Nebraska English Journal. This one is by Larry Holland. Sins of the Father. Odd, I think, in an age that has allowed generations to grow into the ideas that hunting his own food is man's cardinal sin, that beef comes flat on a styrofoam platter, and that chickens are hatched, cut up fryers in plastic bags. Very, very short poem, but very interesting thought, folks, from Nebraska poet Larry Holland. So, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I would love to. I love the imagery of good poetry, but, folks, God bless. Travel well. I hope to find all of you back here at the next poem of the week. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Later, y'all.
Q here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. It's a windy day out here in Nebraska, so I figured it'd be a good time to read once again from Poetry of Nebraska, the Nebraska English Journal from 1989 to 1990, and this one's by Neil Harrison, Hunting the Cool of the Day. Quartering into the wind near the end of the season, we move west through the long grass, down separate swales along the Platte. We're following fresh tracks. In the thicket between us, something big we have not seen but believe, since we have crossed no trail existing the final yards of cover. We're about to surprise it. Quiet, camouflaged. We're near enough. I can see you turn when it sounds. The voice of the Lord in his garden, something like antlers whirling in the brush, clattering low through the branches behind us, offering not so much as a glimpse at the back parts. We stare at one another, breathless, shivering, each hoping it was the other he saw through the cover of leaves fell months ago, and even in camouflage we know we are naked in sin. Neil Harrison, Hunting the Cool of the Day, a Nebraska poet. Interesting stuff, folks. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please let me know in the comments. Please respond in some way, whatever way you can get a hold of me. I would love to do it. I just love the imagery of good poetry. But thank you. God bless. Travel well. I hope to see you back here next week. Happy, healthy, much the wiser for this poem of the week. Later, y'all.
smooth itself out.
Get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing there, folks? Thought it's time for another poem of the week. This time we're going once again from Poetry of Nebraska, from Nancy G. Westerfield. Once again, great poet. This is called Going Somewhere in Nebraska. Sounds like she was kind of from pretty close to my neck of the woods. With the widow in galoshes getting on the Greyhound in Aurora, who has lost her husband just last Christmas, and now passing the muddy acres of her brother's combed curves of corn, comments on needing dry weather soon to move the combines in. A year ago, his wife died, but his son lives 2 farms on. The rain declines beyond the misted safety glass still to give in. The wet and endless green edging the road is measured by mile signs, steadily diminishing the distance east. While widowhood waxes scriptural, quoting the Psalms to our somewhat comfort, the river of God is full of water, she recites. There shall be a heap of corn in the earth high upon the hills. They of the city shall flourish like the grass, the city that should raise a head like Zion, built upon the plains in cubits of gold, is nowhere to be seen. Nothing but skyline. Nothing capitoline of sower on this dome, who slings instead of seed this sloth of downpour. So what is sown over Nebraska is the steady rain drummed to the psalmist, promise of somewhere a gathering of good grain, a gathering in again of all who should go shouldering the sheaves of sorrow, singing a harvest king. Nancy G. Westerfield, Going Somewhere in Nebraska. Excellent poem. There's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please let me know. But yes, that was this poem of the week from Poetry of Nebraska. God bless. Travel well.
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? This is a very special reading of the first ever poem written in the English language. It was written by a cowherder by the name of Caedmon. He was a man who was herding cows for the local monastery in the 7th century. One evening, he fell asleep and had a dream, and he gave this poem to the world, the first ever poem written in English. So here it is, folks. Caedmon's Hymn. Praise now to the keeper of the kingdom of heaven, the power of the Creator, the profound mind of the glorious Father, who fashioned the beginning of every wonder, the eternal Lord. For the children of men he made first, heaven as a roof, the holy Creator. Then the Lord of mankind, the everlasting shepherd, ordained in the midst of the dwelling place, Almighty Lord, the earth for men. So there you go, folks. The first ever poem written in the English language. Very, very long ago. So I figured, folks, this would be something that I'd like to share with you, all of you folks out there. There's a poem you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Be safe. Travel well.
Cue here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? It's another poem of the week. This is another one by the great William Shakespeare. Blow, blow, thou winter winda. Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thou tooth is not so keen because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hi-ho, sing, hi-ho, unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most love mere folly. Then hi ho the holly, this life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, that does not bite so nigh as benefits forgot. Though thou water warps, thy sting is not so sharp as a friendship remembered not. Hi ho, sing hi ho, unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most love mere folly. Then hi ho the holly, this life is most jolly. There you go, folks. That is Thou Winter Wind, Blow, Blow, Thou Winter Wind by William Shakespeare. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments or in any way you can get a hold of me. I love the imagery of good poetry. But folks, thank you for being here. God bless. Travel well.
Tune here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is a very, very old one by a Persian poet by the name of Ferdowsi. This one is a man in his 60s, basically going over regret in life over bygone youth. So, despite the tremendous amount of time that's passed from the writing of this poem to my reading today, these are words that are still just as true today. So here we go, folks. Much have I labored, much read o'er of Arabic and Persian lore, collecting tales unknown and known. Now 62 years are flown. Regret and deeper woe of sin, 'tis all that youth has ended in. And with mournful thoughts rehearse by Tahir Khusrauani's verse, I mind me in my youth and sigh, alas for youth gone by. So there you go, folks. Very, very old poem, but one that still seems to be just as true today as the day it was written. So, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments or in any way you can get a hold of me. I love the imagery of good poetry, folks. So if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, please just drop it in the Please just drop it in the comments, and I will catch you folks for another poem of the week. Later, y'all.
smooth itself out.
Get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? It's another very windy day in Nebraska, and I thought perfect time for the poem of the week. Full Fathom 5 by William Shakespeare. Full fathom 5 thy father lies, on his bones are coral made, those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell, ding dong, hark, now I hear them, ding dong bell. That was Full Fathom 5 by William Shakespeare. You've got a poem you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. Folks, I can't wait to see you right back here, happy, healthy, much the wiser. Be safe. Travel well.
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? This is another listener-written poem by the one and only Mr. Mario Vitale, another nursery rhyme. Philosophy bound for glory, built on the wings of a short story, penetration through excommunication, love in full circles. It started from the late spring. It's the slightest hand and thing, shallow radiance in its being, temporal pieces radiated. Thank you very much, kind sir, for that amazing poem. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments or just in any way you can get a hold of me. Thanks. God bless, folks.
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This is another listener written poem by the one, the only, the great Mario Batale. Thank you again, sir, for this amazing poem. This one's called Built This City on Rock and Roll. You brush your teeth with crest and floss, roll the dice complete. Through the willows meet a hallmark moment. Friends unleash a tear. Safe thus far, a fat man smoking his cigar. So God, in some sundry days, the student from the perfect haze, burning basic pews, saturated fat behind the edge of the sun, make room for fun, the flying nun, through the mainstream and grace. When Sid met Nancy, nothing fancy, you got a flat tire. So folks, that is We Built This City on Rock and Roll by Mario Batale. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry, folks. Until the next time we meet, this is our poem of the week. Thank you. God bless. Travel well.
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? This is another listener-written poem by the one, the only, the great Mario Vitale. This one's called Chasing with the Storms. The tundra lips abases the day with spring silk caged dew, chasing with the storm, brewing through the window. Further, your lips are fully laced. The brat wouldn't chew its sour bread. Within our momentary bread, reflection, truth, and temptation upon words that lips hold glue. The trivial wounded soldier bleeds in selection chosen reflection, bending forward with wolves. Shadows block the vortex of heaven and earth. Through each twist and turn, bottled up your earthly seed. Watch as the old lady bleeds, safe thus far of poor desire. A hand to hold, a heart would mend, as if anyone could depend. The vast expanse between heaven and earth, how far fought so hard and fierce. My one true love is gone from here. A challenge to be free is a question of time. My solution is using my mind. Living on the edge, it's going to be my head. Sitting up all night alone in bed, following the rainbow to the sky. I see vision of you passing me by. Our war we're in is almost over. It's hard to believe I lost my lover. The great Mario William Vitale, folks. Amazing poetry. Thank you, good sir. And that is called Chasing with the Storm. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just drop it in the comments in any way. I love the imagery of good poetry. Thank you. God bless. Travel well.
Two here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? This is another poem of the week. Love by William Shakespeare. Tell me, where is fancy bred? Or in the heart, or in the head? How begot, how nourished? Reply, reply. Is it engendered in the eyes, with gazing fed, and fancy dies? In the cradle, where it lies? Let us all ring fancy's knell. I'll begin it, ding dong bell. All ding dong bell. Love by William Shakespeare. So, folks, that was our poem of the week. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just drop it in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry, folks. I hope to find you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser for another poem of the week. And until then, folks, God bless, Godspeed, travel well.
itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing there, folks? It's time for another poem of the week. This one's a very old one. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's called The Farmer. The king may rule o'er land and sea, the lord may live right royally, the soldier ride in pomp and pride, the sailor roam over the ocean wide, but this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman follows wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy or sell, the teacher do his duty well. The men may toil through busy days, or men stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth, his pasture with the sky and earth, his pasture with the sun and rain, and no man loses from his gain. And men may rise and men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds the milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hand let fall, for the farmer, he must feed us all. So, folks, that was this very special poem of the week. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. Until next time, God bless. Travel well.
Two here and see if it just smooths
Never
itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one's called My Father Farmer by Jasmine N. Swartz. My father is a farmer. His heart is in the soil. It's there he finds his solace among the grimy toil. He plants his seeds in springtime, the corn, the beans, the hay. He prays that God would bless it. A harvest, Lord, I pray. He tills and cultivates it, provides it the most tender care. Believes that come October, he'll reap a harvest fair. Blue skies are his cathedral, a tractor, his altar of prayer. God meets him in the cornfields. They have communion there. My father is a farmer. That's all he'll ever be. The values that the land taught him, he handed down to me. I love my farmer father. I'm thankful that he's mine. I pray that God would bless him today and for all time. That was My Farmer Father by Jasmine N. Swartz. Amazing, amazing poetry. So, folks, if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. God bless. Travel well.
Two here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? It's another very, very windy day in Nebraska. I thought it was time for another poem of the week. Obeyed by William Shakespeare. Hark, hark, the lark at heaven's gate sings. Amphibious gins arise, his steed to water at those springs. On chaliced flowers that lies, and winking merry buds begin to ope their golden eyes with everything that pretty bends. My sweet lady, arise, arise, arise. So there you go, folks. Another classic poem by the great William Shakespeare. If you got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just drop it in the comments or in any way you'd like me to, you can get a hold of me, folks. I just love the imagery of marvelous poetry. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And I hope to see you for the next poem of the week. Be safe, Godspeed, travel well.
Two here and see if it just smooths itself out.
tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? This is another poem of the week by the great Mario Vitale. This one's called A Holy Tribute. Listen up, party people, seeking shelter from its pieces. A holy tribute. Case the joint emblems. I need help from the people. Turn the key to ignite the flame. Searching life to please, safe thus far from heaven and earth. Enter through grace and earth. Bow to the porcelain pew. Lift high the American dream. Nature implies its beckoning plot. Another patron saint is gone. Get the picture right. Embrace the given wayward dream. A challenge to be free is a question in time. Climb the mountain scented deep. Stand still and repeat. Through noted truth, a busted tooth. Sink through those barriers to climb the ladder upward. Mario William Vitale. So, folks, that was this poem of the week. But if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know in the comments or in any way you can get a hold of me. I love the imagery of good poetry. Mario, thank you again, good sir. I hope this video finds you happy, healthy, much the wiser. And to all you out there at the K.O.E Nation, I hope you find this poem happy, healthy, much the wiser. Subscribe to catch more poems, folks. And I can't wait to see you back here. God bless. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale, the one, the only, really. And this is called The Chase. Left me to burden, hence pure the extinction, built upon its achievements, the chase. A broad open door, safe thus far and moving on, pillars built upon the tundra, the broad and empty force. Chased onto new owners, learned to feel free, the pardoning of the trees, locked horns for each aroma. Embark at your venture in the woods. The lazy owl light the way on pillars of flasks. Shall we donate to science? A good cause to venture out through the trees. We each have been taught a good lesson. Empty yourself as you enter the vast domain. The woods will greet you again. Through dizzy periods in time, there in the distance, we work together and shine. Words cannot express how I feel. Tempers are heated through each step I take. One moment to make columns of desperate hue, kisses, laughter, and prayer as I dig deeper as ever before. Many years towards roaming the earth. That is by the great Mario William Vitale. One of the great unknowns, one of the unknown titans of poetry, in my personal opinion. You should definitely check this guy out. And just folks out there, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know, because I love the beautiful imagery of good poetry, and I love sharing that experience with you. And Mario, thank you very much, good sir. So, folks, that was this poem of the week. So, God bless. Travel well. How are you doing, all y'all? This is a very special poem of the week. This is one that was requested by my mother, actually. She asked for me to read some time ago, and I never got around to it until now. If by Rudyard Kipling. So, folks, without further ado, this is If by Rudyard Kipling. Thanks, Mom. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men are doubting you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, of being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap of fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it all one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with king nor lose the common touch, if neither foe nor loving friend can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. If by Rudyard Kipling. Requested poem by my mom. Thanks, Mom. Love you.
smooths
ever
itself out.
get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, folks? This is another poem of the week. This is a twofer from the one, the only, the great Mario Vitale. One is called Horse and the other is called Team, and it's a twofer that all comes together. Horse. Helping others realize satisfaction exists. Bask in the vast expanse between heaven and earth, pulsating heartbeat falling throughout the elms. Team. Together, everyone accomplish much. Stick close to the hybrid skull. Chase back those tears from my eyes with the falling fruit from her eyes. Mario William Vitale. Thank you very much, kind sir, for that amazing poem. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments or in any way that you can get a hold of me. I love the imagery of good poetry. Thank you. God bless. Travel well.
Here and see if it just smooths
Ever
itself out.
get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by an unknown author. It's called All Beings. All beings are doorways to other dimensions and offerings. You offer what you are. If you are free, you offer freedom. That was this week's poem of the week, All Beings. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments or in any way you can reach out to me. I love the imagery of good poetry. So, folks, just any poem you could recommend, I'm sure it will be very thought-provoking, and I eagerly await it. So, folks, thank you. God bless, and travel well. How we doing, all y'all? This is another poem of the week. This is a very special one. This is by Albert Camus, Invincible Summer. My dear, in the midst of hate, I found there was within me an invincible love. In the midst of tears, I found there was within me an invincible smile. In the midst of chaos, I found there was within me an invincible calm. I realized through it all that in the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invincible summer. And that makes me happy, for it says that no matter how hard the world pushes against me, within me, there's something stronger, something better, pushing right back. Albert Camus, Invincible Summer. That was this poem of the week. Folks, if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments section. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry, and I would love to read yours. So, folks, until next time, be safe. God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by Aaron Hansen. There's freedom waiting for you on the breeze of the sky, and you ask, what if I fall? Oh, but my darling, what if you fly? That is by Aaron Hansen, folks. Just a lovely little poem out here out in the field I thought I would share with you. So, folks, there's a poem you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know anywhere down in the comments, any way you can reach me. I just love the imagery of good poetry. So, folks, if there's one you'd like to hear, please just let me know. And that was this poem of the week. How we doing, all y'all? This is another poem of the week. This is a listener-written poem by the one, the only, the great Mario Vitale. This is one called A Wandering Soul. To cry me a river, engulfed within the giver, stay alive from the rat race, living in outer space. The simplistic scene shook through your radar, in case you want to pull up, living on the edge, hold near. The shuddering of a tear, gone are those days, the private terms ago, through the ashes. Out of bounds, Biggie and Pac, working too hard will give you a heart attack. With words we rap through its altitude, jump through your working in bar and grill, smoking through the kingdom come, trace the cylinder through grace. Gone are those days we used to know, go through perfect 10 feet tall, chase past the twister, a crowd will look upon dreams. Gone are those days we used to frolic in the maze. Who cares? We know the actions to harm. And that, folks, is A Wandering Soul by Mario Vitale. Thank you, kind sir, for this amazing poem of the week. So, folks, there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments or in any way you can get a hold of me. I really just love the imagery of good poetry. So, folks, until next time, be safe, travel well, God bless.
Two here and see if it just smooths
Never
itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? It's another windy and wonderful day here in Nebraska, and I thought it was time to touch upon one of the true greats of not only poetry, but of the English language as a whole, and that is the great William Shakespeare. And we're going to start with a pretty nice poem of his called A Fairy Song. Over hill, over dale, through brush, through briar, over park, over pale, through flood, through fire. I do wander everywhere, swifter than the moon's sphere, and I serve the fairy queen to do her orbs upon the green. The cowslips tall her pensions be, in their gold coats spots you see. Those be rubies, fairy favors, in those freckles live their savors. I must go seek some dewdrops here and hang a pearl in every cowslip's ear. So there you go, folks. That was A Fairy Song by William Shakespeare. I don't know. I feel like He was maybe even being slightly suggestive there, but let me know what you think, folks. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, let me know down in the comments. I just love the imagery of good poetry, and we got a lot more Shakespeare we're going to explore from here, folks, but that was this poem of the week. God bless. Travel well.
Two here and see if it just smooths
Never
itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one's called Trucker's Prayer. Lord, please help me be safe as I travel each mile. Let your presence guide me and bring me a smile. Take care of my family while I am away. Let them know that I miss them each and every day. Steer me clear of danger as I cross the country alone. I put my hand in yours, Lord. Keep me safe. Get me home. Amen. That is Trucker's Prayer. So, folks, if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I'd love to do it. But until next time, folks, thank you, be safe, and travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one, a listener written poem. This one is written by the man, the myth, the legend, Mario Vitale. Thank you, sir. And this one is called The War in Mom. There's a war coming forth from the battlefield of the mind, shattered glass on the back porch stream, searching through the woods we grow to care, fastest soul from the outer reaches, barren sod left from beyond Lord, searching through the woods, loaded union that works fine, the unlimited ordnance. Lay in search of blood, love in full circles, cascading ordnance left American troops into the pale young ruler, a vision for opportunity. Listen to the wind blow through the loaded gun roam in its unwelcome tomorrow. Bicycle riding its covered wagon to lighten a candle. Long type as Tony Randall, virtuoso in sight of mankind of such today. What's to limit towards obedience? To dream is to cover its cell down through the barren river, listening towards your higher power. Some I sit upon the queen amends. Through the chase we welcome back, although the chase is on. Featured into comfort, the variety chore. Listen through the ancient sod, the woodshed, although struck yet not forgotten. Lightning comes beyond a care, none the worse for wear. Out of the silence let it be, throughout a quantum leap, through the notion of grace, another time nor place. Mario William Vitale, The War in Mom. Thank you, sir, for this amazing poem. So, folks, if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just whatever poem, I love the imagery of great poetry. So, folks, if you've got one, just drop it in the comments or in any way that you can reach me. Thank you. God bless. Travel well. That's been this poem of the week. Later.
Two here and see if it just smooths
Never
itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for this poem of the week, and this one is by the great Mario Vitale, The Old Man. A farmer once sat by an enduring flask, cake with the thought of heaven sent. He was beyond in years, bringing my eyes to tears, the sullen ghost memory as the anger flooded the room. The underscore read like a cheer. He had a limited amount with tears. Thoughts provoking unto the timber wolf. Brace yourself with happiness, the hero in us all. Through yesterday's thunder, a parting quest. A mime drew near, a heavy cost to pray thus far. A challenge to be free is a question of time. The lightning blows in circles, barren leagues longing to capture. Through the thick and thin. That was by the great Mario William Vitale. You definitely need to check him out if you don't know him. That was this poem of the week, The Old Man. Folks, if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments or in any way you'd like to reach me. I love the imagery of good poetry. Until then, God bless, travel well. Mario, thank you very much. Folks, that is this poem of the week. Travel well. How you doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This is going to be a real short one by the great Langston Hughes, one of the greats of poetry. Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is like a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Langston Hughes. So, folks, that was this week's poem of the week. But if you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just drop it in the comments in any way. I love the imagery of good poetry. But until then, God bless, Godspeed, travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. As you can see, it's planting season out here on the farm. Hair's going nuts. I don't even care. It's time for another poem of the week. This time by, once again, the great Mario Vitale. This one, I don't know what the title is, so we're going to go with untitled, but this is one he sent to me, and I said, I'm reading this one. Every day is a gift from God. We each go through things, yet another doorbell rings. Learning to be in the moment, living by faith. Mario. Thank you, sir, for this amazing poem of the week, folks. It's another glorious day in this crazy adventure we call life. And I'm going to go with it through all y'all, and I can't wait to be here for the next poem of the week. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just send it in any way you can. God bless. Travel well.
smooths
never
itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale. It's called Angel. Come one, come all, circles through grace, through faith. Some have barren souls left for reason in the four seasons by the arms of the Lord. Sweet Holy Ghost, come one, come all. Near the rescue from the call, with words come quickly. Venture through the river of gold. Keep your eyes on the prize, living on the edge of the Lord. Light upon light. Mario Vitale. So thank you again, Mario, for that amazing poem, and all you beautiful people out there. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know in the comments section or in any way you can get a hold of me. God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This is by the great Mario Vitale, and it's called Fresh Blessings. Meet me on the Nile, on the edge a little wild, safe thus far beyond the river, to flow as if it takes your breath away, carry on through the autumn breeze, left a current blessings fold, you will do what you are told, thoughts through an emotion blend. Won't you help me, my friend? Safe thus far, a trip in the car. Stay on the path worth light. Never give up on the fight. Listening towards the rain, I have become cumbersome to this world. Impressed toward my girl. It's all good health. Running through bases, soft pedals with excommunication. Dare the savor, the stead. What's the matter with your head? Mario William Vitale. Fresh blessings, folks. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments or in any way you can reach me. Until then, God bless. Travel well, everyone. This has been this poem of the week. Catch you around. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by Mario Vitale. It's called A Loaded Gun. Safe thus far, reaching out to earth, care for the widows and orphans, singing out a melancholy. What are my parting thoughts? Through the ancient rivers, there is a spiritual attack, diffused throughout each day, every time she looks at me. All my family going hard. Pull up to the ancients, hang outside by the tree, Michael Jordans of thunder. Care for the kids in grace. Rain is going to pour. Climb the ladder to success. Like my life, like my bite. Through the heavens impart, valiant sword in union with words. Onto the most parting ways. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is called Spellbound by Emily Bronte. The night is darkening round me. The wild winds coldly blow. But a tyrant spell has bound me. I cannot go. The giant trees are bending. Their bare burrows wait with snow. And the storm is fast descending. And yet I cannot go. Clouds beyond clouds above me, wastes beyond wastes below, but nothing dear can move me. I will not, cannot go. Folks, that was this poem of the week. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. And folks, God bless. Travel well. That was this poem of the week. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is by Christina Rossetti, In Bleak Midwinter. In the bleak midwinter, frosty wind made moan. Each stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow has fallen, snow on snow, snow on snow, in the bleak midwinter. Long ago, our God, heaven cannot hold him, nor earth sustain. Heaven and earth shall flee away when he comes to reign. In the bleak midwinter, a stable place sufficed, the Lord God Almighty, Jesus Christ. So there you go, folks. That's this week's poem of the week. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments or anywhere you can reach me. Until next time, God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one's by Edgar Allan Poe. The Bells. Hear the sleighs at the bells, silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells. How they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle in the icy air of night, while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with crystalline delight, keeping time, time, time in the sort of runic rhyme. So the tibulations that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and tingling of the bells. Folks, that was this poem of the week, The Bells by Edgar Allan Poe. If you got a poem you'd like me to read, or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. Until next time, God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is by Emily Dickinson. Because I could not stop for death. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste, and I had put away my labor and my leisures too for his civility. We passed the school where children play, their lessons scarcely done. We passed the fields of grazing grain. We passed the setting sun. We paused before a house, it seemed, a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice but a mound. Since then 'tis centuries, but each feels shorter than a day. I first summed the horse's head. We're toward eternity. Well, folks, that's this poem of the week by Emily Dickinson. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. Until then, see you until next poem of the week. God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This is The Conqueror Worm by Edgar Allan Poe. Lo, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years, an angel throng bewinged bed night, in veil and drowned in tears. Sit in a theater to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly mere Muppets they who come and go, at bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings, invisible woe. That motley drama, oh, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantoms chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, to a circle that ever returneth in to the self-same spot, and much of madness and more of sin, and horror the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic rout, a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that withereth from out the scenic solitude. It writhes with mortal pangs, the minds become its food, and seraphs sob at vermin's fangs, in human gore imbued. Out are the lights, out all, and over each quivering form the curtain of funeral pall comes down with the rush of a storm, while the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy of man, and its hero, the conqueror worm. Folks, that is this poem of the week. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments. God bless. Travel well. Oh Me, Oh Life by Walt Whitman. Oh me, oh life, of the questions of these recurring, of the endless trains of the faithless, of cities filled with the foolish, of myself forever reproaching myself, for who more foolish than I, and who more faithless, of eyes that vainly crave the light, of objects mean, of the struggles ever renewed, of the poor results of all, of the plodding and sordid crowds I see around me, of the empty, useless years of the rest, with the rest me intertwined. The question me, oh sad recurring, what good amid these, oh me, oh life? Answer, that you are here, that life exists, an identity, that the powerful play goes on, and that you may contribute a verse. Oh Me, Oh Life by Walt Whitman. That was this poem of the week. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I love the imagery of beautiful, beautiful poetry. God bless. Travel well. Tears are an award and are just desserts. When you realize that meaning has no meaning, that is the moment that you truly can do whatever you can. Phil K.O.E. original. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just drop it in the comments. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. Catch you later, y'all. How we doing, all y'all? Another poem of the week. This one by Alfred Austin. It's called Is Life Worth Living? Yes. So long as there is wrong to right, wail of the weak against the strong, or tyranny to fight. Long as there's lingers gloom to chase, or streaming tear to dry. One kindred woe, one sorrowing face, that smiles as we drew nigh. Long as a tale of anguish swells, the heart and lids grow wet, and the sound of Christmas bells, we pardon and forget. So long as faith with freedom reigns, and loyal hope survives, and gracious charity remains, to leaven lowly lives. While there is one untrodden tract for intellect or will, and men are free to think and act, life is worth living still. By Alfred Austin. So, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just drop it in the comments. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. So, folks, that's been this poem of the week. God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? This is another poem of the week. This is a listener written poem. I'm really looking forward to this one. This is by Brandon Snyder. It's called See You Through. A friend fighting depression is a warrior in their own right, a fighter in the darkness who battles through the night. Their struggles may seem endless, their pain may seem too great, but they press on with courage, and their spirit does not break. They may feel lost and broken, their heart heavy with despair, but cling to hope and friendship and know that someone's there. With each day that passes by, they fight with all their might. And although the battle's hard, they know they'll win the fight. For they have a friend who loves them, and that love will never cease. And with that love and support, they'll find a sense of peace. So to my friends who's fighting, I want to say this to you. You are brave and strong and worthy, and your spirit will see you through. Amazing poem by the great Brandon Snyder. Flabbergasted, gobsmacked, sir. Amazing poetry. See You Through by Brandon Snyder. Sir, your poetry is welcome here anytime. Amazing, moving, incredibly well crafted poetry. Well done, sir. Well done. You sir, your poem is welcome here anytime. I don't extend that to just anybody. I only extend that to quality poets, and you, sir, qualify. That is amazing. See You Through by Brandon Snyder. I cannot say enough good about that poem, sir. So, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments somewhere. God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale. This one is called Alleluia Choir. Look towards the death amidst a way to church. Lock knee to earth. There are billows left behind. You're still tough in the shadow, spreading the juice among men, feelings among men. A challenge to be free is a question in time. Who let the dogs out? Amidst its grace of letting go, Mass has ending soon. The love of God shines on. Going to miss the fight. Top hat billiards check. Among the armor rents, above the barren sod, basking in the vast expense, between heaven and earth, we look at flesh through each barren sheath. Love in fullest circles. Attempt to awaken among each final curtain. Love within, lest you fall. Wake up to the goodness, the fresh in between. The Alleluia Choir by Mario Vitale. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. So, folks, God bless, travel well, and that was this poem of the week.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do live after them, the good is oft inferred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievous has Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did fill the general coffers. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor had cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the leper call, I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure, he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What caused you to withhold to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. Yesterday, the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, that I will wrong such honorable men. But here, a parchment, the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. 'Tis his will. But let the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read. And they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds and dip their napkins in his sacred blood, yea, beg a hair of him for their memory, and dying mention it within their wills. Bequeath it as a rich legacy unto their issue. Have patience, gentle friends. I must not read it. It is not meet to you to know how Caesar loves you. You are not wood, you are not stone, but men. And being men, bearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you. It will make you mad. 'Tis good you know not that you are his heirs, for you should, oh, what come of it? Will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I've o'ershot myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. You compel me then to read the will, and make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend? And will you give me leave? If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all don't know this mantle. I remember the first time Caesar ever put it on. 'Twas a summer's evening in his tent. they overcame the Nervii. Look at this place. Ran Cassius dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this, the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, and he plucked his cursed steel away. Mark how the blood of Caesar followed it, as rushed out the doors to be resolved. If Brutus so unkindly knocked, oh no, for Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angels. Judge, oh God, how dearly Caesar loved him. This was the most unkindest cut of all. For when noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude more strong than traitor's arms, quite vanquished him, and then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffled up his face, even at the base of Pompey's strata, to which while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall there was, my countrymen! Then I, you, and all us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, you weep, and I perceive you fell the dint of pity. These are gracious drops, kind soul. What? Weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vestial. Look ye here! Here he is, marred as you see with traitors. Stay, countrymen. Good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. These that have done these deeds are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not. That made them do it. They are wise and honorable, and will no doubt with reasons answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but as you know me all, a plain, blunt man that loved his friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him. For I have neither wit, nor words, nor worth, action, nor utterance, nor power of speech to stir men's bloods. I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourselves know. Show your sweet Caesar's wounds, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak to me. But were I Brutus and Brutus Anthony, there were an Anthony would ruffle up your spirit and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny. You hear me, countrymen, yet hear me speak. My friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your loves? Alas, you know not. I must tell them. You have forgot the will I told you of. Here is the will, and under Caesar's seal, every Roman citizen he gives, every several man, 75 drachmas. Hear me with patience. Moreover, he has left you his walks, his private arbors, and new planted orchards on this side River Tiber. He has left them you and your heirs for ever common pleasures, to walk abroad and recreate yourself. Here was Caesar, when comes such another?
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale, folks. This is an untitled one, but folks, it's great nonetheless. Each day is a gift from heaven above to help hearten each way of thinking. Let us thirst for poetry out of eminence bred, built upon the Lord above. Sacred poetics in Christ. By Mario Vitale. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. Mario, another amazing one again, Mr. Vitale. God bless you as well, and all you folks. That was this Poem of the Week. How we doing, all y'all? This is another Poem of the Week by the great Mario Vitale. This one is called The Prison of the Mind That's Out of Bounds. Out of a temporal high, take us so long just to get by, a reason to believe that Jesus is Lord, caught up with the wolves of grace, the prison of the mind. Share with each other to the heavenly lie, scorched with inner flames beyond, the prison of the mind. We are covered by the blood of Christ. Another chance to roll the dice. Helps came across the liturgy to think about things twice. There is a flock of seagulls throwing rice among the wedding bells. Through heaven and earth, hope to question the newest birth, a badge of courage left behind the river. Further, there is a question among men trying to get a tan. The prison of the mind, a slight built stream, living in the land of mean, nestled among the human luggage that's out of bounds, nestled through the windows open among men. The prison of the mind. Corporate greed is a tool of the government. No time to question the Lord that's out of bounds. A stiff-necked lawyer through an open drawer. In comes Casanova. Why trip to record? Through a valiant word, tripped over the hill embrace. Help among performance, the saving grace. Further, you are damn straight among the briars. We hope to claim the positive question. Their help is king, a selfish maverick thirsty for more. There lies questions about the Lord. That's out of bounds, a dream sequence of heaven above. Through a tunnel with love, above the blade we question out of love. Building bridges caught on fire, burning up with hidden desire. Chase back those tears from my eyes. Editorial note. Back in the day, we used to pray among its sweet figment display, foreign figures left to question those main pillars within. And that, folks, was The Prison of Our Mind That's Out of Bounds by Mario Vitale. So, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. And, folks, I can't wait to see you back here again for this Poem of the Week. God bless. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one's by the great Mario Vitale. This one's called Great Outer Dreams. In uncertain times, we look deep from each rhymes, out on the basis of dreams, explaining truth along the wildly scenes. Something in the way towards mean, great outer dreams. Although the cupboard was bare, listen to the wind blow through grace, a lesser of two evils, the love to help fly from the sky. Amidst the love of a warm sofa, strength comes through heaven alone. Come along to kiss the sun, great outer dreams. Among the lattice parchment paper, great outer dreams, columns of spectator sports, listen towards the smoking gun. Thanks for watching. Come with terms, suck it in through the ancient dust, have a bad endurance within me, something in the utmost meek, better to live than to burn out, living selfless to please, chambers in the one accord throughout. The love we used to know through a sudden outpouring, seek for those in charge of its trust, come alongside onto the quest. Editorial. Let love rule. Through each step we take, another chance we make, trying to do the best you can. Learn from your mistakes. Mario Vitale, thank you for this amazing poem, sir. Another banger. I gotta say, another amazing poem. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. And Mr. Vitale, your poetry is welcome here anytime, good sir. And folks, all of you beautiful people, God bless you all. Travel well. That was this poem of the week. How we doing, all y'all? It's another poem of the week. This one is by Edgar Albert Guest. It's called Equipment. Figure it out for yourself, my lad. You've all that the greatest of men have had. 2 arms, 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 eyes, a brain to use if you would be wise. With this equipment, they all began. So start from the top and say, I can. Look them over, the wise and great. They take their food from a common plate. And similar knives and forks they use. With similar laces, they tie their shoes. The world considers them brave and smart. But you've all they had when they made their start. You can triumph and come to skill. You can be great if only you will. You've well equipped for what fight you choose. You have legs and arms and a brain to use. And the man who has risen great deeds to do began his life with no more than you. You are the handicap you must face. You are the one who must choose your place. You must say where you want to go, how much you will study the truth to know. God has equipped you for life, but He lets you decide what you want to be. Courage must come from the soul within. The man must furnish the will to win. So figure it out for yourself, my lad. You're born with all that the greats have had. With your equipment, they all began. Get a hold of yourself and say, I can. Edgar Albert Guest, Equipment. Folks, that was this poem of the week. There's a poem you'd like me to read, or you'd like me to read your poem, or something that you find unique, beautiful, inspiring, please just let me know down in the comments. And I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. Folks, that was this poem of the week. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale. It's called No One Can Do Me Like Jesus. So if the Spirit moves you through thunder hills and earth above, Jesus holds the candle towards each love. Sacred pillars left behind an impulse. It's better to give than we are to receive. Jesus, when you gave all your last tear, you lied and cheated to stay in the night. No one can do me like Jesus. It's too late to cry, too late, girl. Power comes from the Holy Spirit. Chase back those tears from my eyes. Too late to cry, lest you fall apart and shine close to the Lord above. No one can do me like Jesus. Unto the chosen thread of victory, make it last forever. Let me hear you're born again. Thirst within certain circles. Don't touch. It's been a wonderful breach. There are so-called windows unleashed apart. Care for the widows and orphans alike. Search through windows and grace. There are minions to seek for space. The question is king upon the union of selfish sting. Through each want and ring, perfection doesn't exist. To help pardon the Lord above, some may send a happy face spread out upon the patent place. No one can do me like Jesus. Scattered emblems among men. A challenge to be free is a question in time. Help for the sofa left under its game. Teach the young its hero's stain. Pierced among those tears above, to thirst then towards each living sect. Stained glass windows left open, searching through the woods of affliction. Barren thoughts among the speakers, seeking selfless to please. Editorial comment. In the thoughts of humanity, chase back those tears from my eyes. Does it come at any big surprise? We thirst then, yet find none. In exchange for a kiss, throughout a looking stance, with a troubled heart lay forth. Mario William Vitale. So, folks, another excellent, excellent poem by the great Mario Vitale. Thank you again, Mario. This one is called No One Can Do Me Like Jesus. And again, another appearance of that excellent, excellent line. It's one of the better lines I've ever heard in poetry. A challenge to be free is a question in time. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. You know, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments or in any way you can get a hold of me. Until then, folks, God bless every last one of you. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's another poem of the week. This is by the great Mario Vitale, and this is called The Gate. Among those tears above earth, sudden shouts out loud. Through each tender kiss, I have my days where I think I'm a warrior. The gate that lies upon a wooden spoon, safe thus far beyond all rights reserved. Carry me across the winding sea as bad dominion through each episode. The gate was open. Among those tears above earth, share with each other the Lord above. Sound of whispers among the titanic wreck. Love and piercings are all good. Seen in action, lest you fall apart. Shouting at passengers. Penny is currently on aboard. Jesse James, untie the tie. cascading remnants from heaven above, the gate, far-going vent. Sudden emblems through windows and thunder, carry on, the lonely cart, the rolling cart. Sudden chambers left behind. A challenge to be free is a question in time. Self-righteous faith in Union Hall, the longing of Solomon's temple, reaching out among a point by which all enemies call, learn to walk at the mall, surrender to the Lord above. Universal truth. If I turn back time, alone in the vast expanse between heaven and earth, carry your head up high. Editorial comment. Look deep, laying hard from the third degree, from the center of gravity, sudden emblems through windows and earth. Let the truth be known. May best memories from heaven above. When I was a child, you can't follow the truth, so you can't hear me. The truth will set you free. Mario, William, Vitale, one of the great titans of poetry, folks. One of the great unrecognized, one of the great hidden secrets of poetry. You need to check out Mario Vitale if you haven't yet. Excellent poetry. Mario, another poem. Thank you for sending me this one. God bless you, sir. God bless every last one of you within the sound of my voice. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless you. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale. It's called There's a Swell in Hell. Talk to me like lovers do, stationed across the rice pod. Need her help with a sorrowful passion, down through the ages, to cross the river like ever deploy. Such are those days ahead. Through the thunder like ever before, learning to reach out towards others, learning to check his underwear, close encounters through the neither world, come too close not to turn back now, the field of mice with the angry clown, through words left over from heaven above, thirst as the equip the shadows with love, there's always a winner from a quitter, place the piece of ivory, the logic ensues, we like to see through autumn eyes, love from its farm shelter, the pierced character of grace spread out upon each patent place, come close left over from each place, a cloud of onlookers searching through the woods. There's a swell in hell, the big close to tell. Through each plant we then savor, ask for a different ice cream flavor, a buzz filled with comfort above the earth, balance for power, a desire for more, yet what? There's a swell in hell, the patron saint, a fine shelter lest you fall apart from within, the case for comfort, a heart filled with buzz, an editorial comment. The thirst from within, a summon from thunder. We then wonder from each listening, I beg of you people, the wise in heaven union, place the mark. Mario, William, Vitale. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or you'd like me to read your poem, let me know down in the comments. Mario, another excellent, excellent poem. Thank you, sir. God bless you and everyone within the sound of my voice. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for this poem of the week. This one, it's a little whimsical, a little bittersweet. This will be the last video that I record off of this phone before I get a new one. This one's just been dropped a few too many times. The mic needs some updating. Everything needs a little updating. So, folks, this phone has served me well for many, many years. So, a little whimsical, folks. But this is the final video that will be recorded on this phone before new equipment is here, folks. So, it's only appropriate that it be a poem of the week by the great Mario Vitale. And it is called Troy Bond Sr. The only reason he could shine, the man, the myth, the legend. Troy is 52, others sense to pew. The banner is all we choose. Troy is a 10th degree black belt. Now I'm covering all the bases. A 6th grade teacher, the Black Dragon. In light of his position, a motivational speaker. DJ, my best friend. Enough to count to 10 in random voices filled with choices. Yours truly, Troy Bond Sr. Mario William Vitale. Oh, amazing poem again, sir. God bless you in your journey, sir. I hope that this poem finds you well as well, sir. And all of you folks within the sound of my voice, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments or in any way you know how to get a hold of me. I love the image of beautiful poetry and plenty more poems by all of the greats, many more poems by Mario William Vitale himself coming down the pike, but it will be on slightly better equipment coming down the pike here very soon. So God bless every last one of you people. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by Walt Huntley. It's called God's Hall of Fame. You may not appear down here in this world's Hall of Fame. In fact, you may be so unknown that no one knows your name. The Oscars and the praise of men may never come your way. But don't forget, God has rewards that he'll hand out someday. This Hall of Fame is only good as long as time shall be. But keep in mind, God's Hall of Fame is for eternity. To have your name inscribed up there is greater more by far than all the fame and all the praise of every man-made star. This crowd on earth, they soon forget when you're not up at the top. They'll cheer like mad until you fall, and then their praise will stop. Not God. He never does forget. And in his Hall of Fame, just believing in his son forever, there's your name. I tell you, friend, I wouldn't trade my name, however small, that's written there beyond the stars in that celestial hall, for all the famous names on earth or glory that they share. I'd rather be an unknown here and have my name up there. God's Hall of Fame by Walt Huntley. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or one that means something to you, please just let me know in whatever way you can get a hold of me. Until then, God bless every last one of you folks. Travel well. God's Hall of Fame by Alf Hutchinson. Your name may not appear down here in this world's Hall of Fame. You may be so unknown, few even know your name. Fame and fortune pass you by and are given to a few. But if you love and serve the Lord, then there is good news, news for you. This Hall of Fame is only good as long as time shall be. But keep in mind, God's Hall of Fame is for eternity. To have your name inscribed up there is greater, yes, by far, than all the halls of fame down here and every man-made star. This crowd on earth, they soon forget the heroes of the past. They cheer like mad until you fall, and that's how long you last. But God, he never does forget, and in his Hall of Fame, just believing in his Son, inscribed, you'll find your name. I tell you, my friend, I wouldn't trade my name, however small, that's written there beyond the stars in that celestial hall, for every famous name on earth or glory that they share. I'd rather be an unknown here and have my name up there. God's Hall of Fame by Alf Hutchinson. Folks, if there's a poem that you would like me to read, or you'd like me to read your poem, or just a poem that means something to you, please just let me know in the comments. I would love to do it, folks. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. Sorry, little guy, you gotta go. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is by Mario William Batale, the great Mario William Batale. And this is called Eternal Rest. Barbed wire fence, a place to vent. Trouble comes at the expense of none. Labor long to help enter eternal rest. To swim ashore carrying a treasure chest. Virtual reality show with all the zest. Can't compare the font nor pleadings. Eternal rest. Linger long through the river of a song. Savior of the universe, Christ. Making linguine or rice. Eternal rest, I must confess. Treasure chest. Humbled enough to speak out for Christ. Get all the business you equate for logic. Bask in the vast expanse between heaven and earth. Eternal rest. A long life super quest. The super toll let best. Barren rocks through each ancient sect. Eternal rest. Sweet treat and form so long to pass every test. A quest through waves along life's way. Eternal rest. To help postpone like Dracula stood in a trance. God alone is enough. Editorial comment. Through each barren leaves we come together, please. Louis Vuitton started above the earth. Shadows block the vortex of grace. We dance, then have none. The bed bug issue. Mario William Vitale. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments, or any way you can get a hold of me. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. Folks, and Mario, another banger as always. God bless every last one of you, folks. Travel well.
How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is once again by the great Mario Batali. It's called Heaven is Closer Today. Closer to it every day. Took a teaspoon to taste. Charming to touch, worth base. Listen to the wind blow through grace. Heaven is closer today. Listen to your heart gaze. Lightning, rod, and thunder. A place to be brave. Heaven is closer today. A challenge to be free is a question in time. Flying away to heaven. Non-stop shopping event at 7-Eleven. The best followers of grace. Utmost respect to heaven today. A different way. The fresh antique brave display. Come close to the angels. Above earth. An old lady's purse. Mario William Vitale. Heaven is closer today. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments or any way you can get a hold of me. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
Well, folks, that was every poem that I have read here at the K.O.E. Nation for all you beautiful people. Folks, that was a pleasure to go through with every last one of you. And folks, we have gotten to that point where I'm going to leave you with one more treat. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation for this very special Poetry Night Jam. Folks, it was a pleasure to be here with every last one of you beautiful folks. Bandit, I will definitely read that poem. God bless every last one of you people. Let's see. Here it is right there. Have you done The Hollow Man by T.S. Eliot? I will now. God bless every last one of you people. Raise a glass to yourselves. Sody Pop. I wanted to use one of the fancy glasses with the big cubes. God bless every last one of you folks. And we're going to do a little treat here. This is one of my favorite short stories that I've ever read. The Stars Do Not Wait for You, an SCP tale. But it's really, the reason I'm ending with it is because I believe the main villain of this story is a poetic device. And once you listen to it, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. But folks, every last one of you, this is what we're going to be ending the stream with. God bless every last one of you and travel well. It's quiet out here. The desert sprawls from horizon to horizon, where purest white meets twilight red. There are no edges here, no angles, just curves and the gentle rise and fall of dunes as far as the eye can see, and everywhere beyond that. Had a visitor from some other world laid eyes on this place, they might have found it serene, even beautiful, pure. I can enjoy no such delusions, regretfully, for I know what lies beneath and among the sands of the endless desert, a charnel house spanning an entire planet, 7 billion human souls ground thin and fine until no trace of their existence could ever be found. I know this because I put them all there. Oh, brother, it all happens so fast once we're gone. It began the day you that I have never known, found my power the power that I hid from myself in some previous life, for reasons I can now easily guess. I was looking out of the window of my apartment so I could see the stars, and instead I saw you, blazing as you tore yourself asunder to keep the power away from yourself. You didn't trust what you would do with it, and so you chose to throw it away. You knew yourself all too well, as I suspect I did too at one point. By all accounts, I should not have been able to see you, for my apartment was truly a tiny containment cell about a half a mile underground. But such considerations never meant much to one living entirely in his own world. When I saw the moment of your demise, I became aware of myself for the first time in I have no idea how long. Whichever part of me that led me to throw away my power did the same to my will, trapping it in an eternal status quo from which there could be no release. An eternity of filing spreadsheets for employers who existed solely in my head, of 9 o'clock meetings with no one, of fake, masturbatory crushes over imaginary women. An eternity of tired, grinding mediocrity. But that was over that night. With your soul burning in the atmosphere like the loneliest of stars, I awakened. I died. For whatever left that little cell turned apartment wasn't me anymore. I was never more than an earthworm, distinct from all the rest only in that I had a little more control over the soil in which I crawled. They never thought me more than a minor reality bender, a bundle of introverted powers and neurosis that was very unlikely to ever pose any serious threat. And they were right. The person I was, SCP-1915 as they called me, never was anything other than that. But 1915 died that day, watching a fallen star. The thing that then swatted the guards posted at its cell like they were less than gnats, that raised Site-17 into its fine white sand that is now so warm beneath the feet, that was something else. Not an eternity, for that would imply a personality, and this thing surely has none. Not a purpose, for there was no purpose behind its action then, nor will there be for any of its actions to come. Nor was it a will, for it wants nothing. Not vengeance, not dominion, not freedom, not even simple power. No, if I had to describe that thing as anything at all, it would be an absence, a void where the entity should be, a lack of purpose, an imbecile force devoid of all will, an absence. The sand is still warm to the feet. That means the sun still burns high above. I wonder why it lets it remain when all else was so quickly erased, when it could so easily just reach and pluck it out of the sky. Had it been another, I'd suspect it was to mock humanity's memory, to mock that sliver of me that still persists in the flesh, stubborn like a buried tick. But this is the absence. It does not mock. After Site-17's destruction, retaliation soon followed. Standard containment terms at first, though certainly still enough to meet any anomaly the Foundation imagined could be contained in Site-17 with overwhelming force. When those men failed to return, failed to even report their arrival, more serious measures had to be taken. Site-17 has always been isolated, and so they could act freely. Gunships and fire teams, aerial bombardment and artillery barrages. The Foundation came down on what it still believed to be SCP-1915 like a fire god's fist, all heat and sound and bluster. Had it still been truly corporeal, I doubt even ashes would have remained. But whatever the absence truly was at this point, the tattered semblance of my flesh hanging around it had very little to do with it. It simply stood there and took it all in. and the Foundation's initial fury was soon spent. It then began to walk. And not too quickly either. For days, it simply leisurely strode on while the Foundation threw everything it had at it. I watched from within my deadbolt as it walked unfeeling, uncaring, and this desert followed in its wake, as inscrutable and unstoppable as its harbinger. We are not quite alone here. Some stubborn immortals persist, wretched creatures. A continent away, an ancient man still walks, tormented by 3 mocking voices. He believed that once he was the only one left, he would be allowed to rest. He was wrong. Beneath the ground is a soul, suffocating as the earth slowly grinds its sanity to mulch. From its prison of gold and rubies, there would be no release. Elsewhere lies a once smiling god as the sands cover his prone figure. He does not resist. He had once promised the world his love, promised humanity the stars. Sand pours through his fingers as he tries to gather his flame together. His people. But it is dying, and they are dead. Extinguished. When someone walks, they are bound to reach somewhere eventually, despite everyone's best efforts. And so the absence arrived at its first city, the sand at its heels like an obedient lapdog. Oh, there had been villages and towns before that, but the absence didn't seem to care enough to bother with them. It simply walked by, leaving them to the whims of the sands, which were only ever singular in their intent. But through the streets of the city, it strode, as mobile task forces fought and fell to buy the civilian population just a few more minutes to evacuate. By this point, hiding what was truly going on became impossible, of course, as street after street sank beneath that gentle crawling tide. The Foundation had, of course, attempted to evacuate the city once it realized there would be no stopping the absence. But if I've ever learned anything in my eons as a corporate peon, is that organizing an operation of that magnitude is something that takes a lot more time than the Foundation had. It's a wonder they managed to save as many as they did. As for the rest, it had waited until night fell. I imagine it was an eerie sight, that lone figure standing beneath the frozen light of other worlds in that empty intersection between financial and residential districts, where train tracks used to be before the old steam locomotives went out of service and were never replaced by newer ones. Yes, it waited until it could see the stars. Then it burned, without heat, without light, without life. It burned a hole through the city, and there was nothing to fill it. Reality cannot suffer a vacuum, they always said, but the absence had shown how little it cared for reality. So it was gone, just like that. How does one explain something like that? How do you describe what isn't there? Where one moment was a city of 500,000, the next it wasn't. To a place it was, even the sands wouldn't come. It was just a scar. It was nothing. It was then, I believe, that the Foundation realized it could not stand alone. The next few months of the absence's march saw them turn to their sometimes allies, coalition mage killers and thermonuclear strikes, initiative paladins and holy relics, sniper rifle or sacred sword, burning inferno or divine retribution. The absence did not care. And soon, the Foundation had no allies left to turn. It then called on its vicious enemies. Ink eaters wove their art in maddening patterns to break the minds of the infinite, Archivists and librarians poured from the ways, bringing with them the knowledge of 100,000 worlds. Clockwork titans shook the barren whiteness of the sand with the thunder of metal. The absence did not care, and soon the Foundation ran out of enemies. In a last act of desperation, they committed their final, most painful betrayal. The wardens unleashed upon the world their prisoners. Of these, I have made note, though I doubt the absence did the same. On the blasted wasteland that was once Boston, it was assailed by two brothers, one savage, the other somber, one violent, the other reluctant. They nevertheless fought with a graceful unity to take the breath away. In their eyes, I saw that they did not know each other for a very long while, and that they fought so that they could have the time to rectify this. I saw regret and hope, rage and desperation. But most of all, I saw a simple need to be. I would like to believe that you and I would have been like them had we met, brother. They fought with the fury of 1,000 years of solitude. It did not suffice. In a wounded valley that had once been part of the Black Sea, we came across a self-proclaimed god. There was nothing but confidence in his eyes as he threw reality itself into disarray, bent and twisted its most fundamental laws to bring upon the absence untold destruction. The earth froze and boiled and heaved. The air screamed with a blighted glee, and the god he strode draped in a cloak of lightning, as if time itself had clawed at the absence with talons of utter unbeing, until the god came to meet the absence's lack of gaze, until his eyes rested on a nothing that lasted forever, until he did not suffice. Before the walls of Acre, as the ancient city was drowned by the desert, two figures approached us. One was four-legged and horned. Its crown was ice, its eyes galaxies. Its whole was power absolute. The second was a man, simple, humble, but possessing a love of being that extended to the edges of the universe. Compassion to pierce the deepest hells that had nothing to do with weakness. Of the two, I could not tell you which was more glorious, which was more terrifying. They met the absence with will alone, and when I felt it fall on us, I thought I would weep. Surely nothing could withstand such a presence. Surely nothing would want to. But the absence was less than nothing, infinitely less. I have told you what became of kind Pangloss. Of the other, even less remained. For months they came, for years, for decades, alone or in groups, with ferocity or with a blank stare. The Foundation's prisoners threw themselves at the absence. I could not hope to imagine the reasons behind the actions of every individual anomaly. But if I could guess, I would say that the idea of sharing existence with a thing like the absence galled them to the point of madness. I don't blame them. But by the end, prisons ran empty as the world dried up, as life was drained from it inch by inch, grain by grain, till only one city remained. I don't know by which power I was allowed to send my senses ahead of us, as the absence marched towards that tottering bastion which held in its quivering embrace the very last of humanity. As the sands around us buried the last of the trees that will ever grow in this land, I felt each tiny mote of life in that sad place like the flames of a cheap candle moments before the typhoon. In these moments, as twilight danced in lurid reds and oranges on ivory, I sensed them all. For you, brother, I witnessed. In a low, narrow room, a woman sat hunched at the foot of her ever narrower bunk and couldn't bring herself to pray. She had lost her mother when she was but a babe, and though she was no longer young, Her features still displayed all the violence of that incident. Her mother stood before the eater of children and did not budge. And when they both fell down, she sang still the praise of her Lord. She lost her father in the first days of the war against the Absence, as the paladins marched with holy fervor in their eyes. Her father had been a believer, had always been a solid presence in her life, an anchor immovable by anything but regret. He had promised her he would be back. He did not mean to lie, but his God had forsaken him when it counted most, forsaken all of them. And now Naomi knelt at the foot of the ever-narrowing bunk and could not pray. So she cursed instead. Below, in a series of dank cellars which might have at one point stored cheeses, a woman of about 40 tinkered with broken toys. When she was young, she made wonders. Such wonders. In every line etched across her prematurely old face, I saw what could have been had it not been for the Absence. For me. In the dim light and the soft noise of rotting wood crumbling beneath calloused fingers, I saw the death of potential. The death of all possibility. Though Isabel was stubborn as she always was, she knew that this toy would be her last. Just as well, she thought. After today, there'd be none left to play with it. On the rooftop of the highest building still standing, an elderly man watched the world come to an end. He was once an agent of the Foundation, once one among 100,000, ready, prepared, and collected. His duty was to instruct new agents what was proper for an agent to do, how it was proper for that agent to think. And he had been very good at his job, since generally his recruits survived long enough to thank him. But what was he now, he wondered, as he watched the sands pour over the paltry last line of defense that a few defiant fools erected the day before. His lads and lasses were all long since dead, and all that he knew, all of his years of training and experience, in the end, they amounted to less than nothing. No longer an agent, for there was no longer an agency. No longer a teacher, for the students were gone. No longer a man, since, well, it would not do to repeat that now, would it? No longer anything. And that was the cruelest joke. It no longer mattered if the Absence arrived, he thought. They were already within it. A noise behind him. The old man turned to see a small, mousy man in a wrinkled gray suit and a deflated hat that at one point was likely a fedora. He looked at the old man, but said nothing. Lombardi looked back and didn't know if to laugh or cry. Soon it ceased to matter. Such was the end. Quiet, small, bereft of heroics and great deeds, free of pretensions of great meaning. One night, there was a human race on the planet Earth. The next, there wasn't. And that was that. The stars do not wait for you, brother. When you took my power, when you burned yourself in the skies above, they looked upon you and felt nothing. The stars did not wait for humanity. For all of the promise it showed, for all of the promise others saw in it. But what of the Absence? What of me? I am, by all accounts and possible qualifications, the greatest monster this world has ever saw. Perhaps that any world saw. And yet, brother, I see now that the stars wait for us. For me. Where is the justice in that? Seek it not, for there is none. But the fact remains, brother. The stars do not wait for you, but they wait for me to take them into my embrace. I suspect I shall not be long.